Hey, this is Alex Head, founder of Subtext Radio.
This is Subtext.
Please go ahead and click the like button and the subscribe button. It really helps us to reach new audiences and promote the artists that we work with. Hit like and hit subscribe.
You are listening to Subtext. Dissonance to sleep, cognitive capitalism, and biocapital.
To move towards the sound of the body, to listen to the sound of my sex. The image stands as prophecy. I did not see where it was directing me previously. To be led back towards safety. I still stand before a great distance. Parts unfounded, moments lost, thresholds closed. To grant oneself permission for pleasure, I'll move to the sound of the letter. To only move towards a yes. The quivering lips of a hard shell. The finger enters. I am yet to be unwound. I am bound tight in a flock of fractures. A wet place for convalescence. Looking down, soft skin, supple chest. To recalibrate, relabeling my body as anything other than broken. A reminder to go gently with the flesh.
This was a new piece written by Josephine Mead and produced in collaboration with David Clark. Josephine called this piece a meditation on the possibilities and limitations of an open body, on the power of giving oneself permission for pleasure, on the vulnerable meeting points between physical and emotional realms, and an attempt for acts of deep listening between body and mind. It also echoes conversations that we had together about listening in, with, and through our bodies, because if anxieties keep us awake, perhaps it's not all bad. Like pain, it is a kind of alarm bell that exists to make us act and take action. For critic Jonathan Quarry, it is the realization that as humans we are unable to follow the relentless speed of society and of 24/7 production that provokes a deep feeling of disempowerment in individuals. In his book 24/7, Late Capitalism and the End of Sleep, he also talks about the constant illumination of the 24/7 society that is so intense that we are unable to see. It blinds us. It hides the workings of capitalism itself. If we are blind, then this project is a response and proposes to call upon the sonic and sonic possible worlds to critically invest and inhabit those worlds. You are listening to Subtext. We are now starting a few hours of uninterrupted sounds. I'm going to talk with Alex Head about deviant knowledge and with Gustavo Sanromán Vázquez about brain hacking. We are also going to hear a piece by Anthea Caddy and Thembi Sodell, as well as Disfig with an excerpt from An Atypical Brain Damage. That is a part of a track that she made for a performance by artist Zhang Chen. And after that, that would be the part of the night where you can fall asleep and find periods of rest, or not. But we will have an hour of the reading module with Nathan Gray. He will take us through some subliminal messaging during our sleep. And we will also have a couple of hours of experimental music with Pia Hashtarkamp and a new compilation she's made especially for this program, While You Fall Asleep, it is called. And following, we will have Felicia Atkinson with an excerpt from a 7-hour long piece called Insomnia, which I really recommend to listen in full if you have the chance. And at the end of this section, we'll hear Byung-So Yu on silence and 20 minutes of room recording. So Alex, you're an artist and a radio maker, and you're interested in creating non-hierarchical networks of artists, researchers, and citizens. So we're here to talk about your book, which is called Here Comes Trouble, an inquiry into art, magic, and madness as deviant knowledge. That was published in 2016 with ZKU Press, where you've also worked. But first, we wanted to talk a little bit about the last sleep, as this has been a very difficult week for you, and you've lost someone that you know. So tell us about this time. I mean, we're all in isolation, and how we can think about others and people we care for.
Thank you. Yeah. Thanks for the invitation. It's of course been very difficult and kind of overwhelming week and month, one could say, for everyone. And there has been someone has passed away in my kind of extended network. I don't imagine that anyone who's listening has a knowledge of this person, so I don't want to upset people or worry anyone. But someone nonetheless close, and they passed from taking their own life, and so rather than dwell on that particular melancholy and great sadness, I wanted to actually just take a moment for people to think if there are members in their extended networks, people in their extended networks who maybe it's a good time to reach out. As we are, of course, all more distanced from one another at the moment, but also for those of us who sometimes feel that it's getting too much to bear, and we are no longer in control of our own thoughts and our own minds. That maybe it's also a good time to reach out and to make that call, and to recognize that actually there are a lot of people around you, and often it's a shift in perception that can allow for that to happen. So maybe we could take a few minutes and think about who those people may be, a few moments rather.
It's also this time where everything in our life has shifted in terms of time, and our schedules have changed, and I feel like it is actually time to call in onto people that we know and just checking to see how people are coping with everything that's going on, because it is not only a medical sort of condition that's happening with the virus around us, but also psychologically difficult time. So I think it's a really important call that you're making here.
Yeah, and I guess as we're broadcasting in the night when things can be the most lonely, I think now is maybe a time to reflect, and also to take a few moments and allow for that that sort of passing to happen. It's a week ago today, actually, that it happened. So, so maybe you would join me and the listeners too in just taking a few moments to think about who those people may be and to reach out to and to reach out from, as it were.
Shall we go back to? Shall we go into talking a little bit about your book and how it came together? You've worked on this on this book from a range of projects, and it's something that brings together ideas of difference and forms of othering, precarity, and perhaps you could introduce a little bit how this has come. It's a huge endeavor, also in the way that the book is constructed, where you have a kind of visual narrative running parallel to the book, as well as a second layer, a second story in the book talking about transgression and sort of political and cultural happenings. So I'll let you tell us a bit more about this, and then we can unpack. I think you're going to do a little bit of reading, and then we can go into talking about it.
Yeah, thanks. So Here Comes Trouble is published in 2016. It was, let's say, a 10-month production process, and that puts us back in the middle of 2015, which, of course, is the time when a great many people were fleeing from conflicts in Syria and ongoing conflicts in Afghanistan, Iraq, Tunisia, and the region. The project, as you say, it has a sort of visual element to it. I guess I'm trained as a visual artist, like initially, and that kind of collection of visual material goes back. I could even date some of it as 10 years prior. Certainly, in terms of the observations, the ideas in it are like gestated from conversations with people in my 20s, let's say. So, given the kind of impetus to try and do some serious thinking about the way in which people coming into Europe were being treated, or not being allowed into Europe as well, I guess I had this kind of idea that although I was at the end of doing my MA at Weissensee in Berlin, and I'd actually produced a radio essay for them, Dogged Lands, and I wanted to try and do something which I'd never tried before, which was something that had a kind of academic, like a more scientific thrust to it. And I was lucky enough to have the space to develop that. And so what that began as was, in a way, like an attempt to look at how forms of persecution become legitimized within societies, within particular transitional moments and particular kind of shifts, within populace, within energy, within climate, all these things being tied up together within something, within an approach which can be understood as kind of systems theory. So that began, I think, actually, in the end, as you say, there's this kind of parallel narrative, which is called the parallel narrative, and that's trying to address specific experiences which I've learned from being with people who have come, like newcomers, people with migrant background who have come into Germany, particularly with the Club Al-Hakawati and Theater X, which is a group that I'm still working very closely with now. But what happened when I began seriously researching and seriously sort of writing, I suppose, was that what I kind of found was this kind of transitional moment and this particular form of behavior, which you could call a physical, like you can observe it physically. So it goes into thermodynamics, for example, it goes into models from physics. But you could also think about that transition and that sort of, like, as it were, pioneering activity or behavior as a sort of deviant form of behavior. And of course, the idea of deviancy has a lot more sort of social application.
Yeah, because it relates to systems of dominance, and also how in science some particular systems have been prevailing particular ways of viewing the world. So you sort of introduce that idea and kind of link. That is how idea of deviance and normalization also carries. You use the thermodynamics as a tool, in a sense, to unpack that.
Yeah, because I think, when I began as someone who has, I suppose, been critical of theory throughout my life. I found theory to be kind of as useful as it can be applied, in a sense. Of course, there's a lot of value to it for people in their own kind of cognitive self-emancipation and historicizing, and actually the idea of theory itself needs to be broken down as a discipline, because these things are not just clear lines. I mean, something which is really held just in the theoretical realm is for the specific expert practitioner and has its value as a tool in itself, right? So if you talk about like complex kind of quantum physics, it's only really in the theoretical realm that they're working.
And how to practice.
But so I was sort of trying to take that apart and look at like what is knowledge, right? And that's a sort of very high goal. And I'm not saying that I've answered it, of course, but I wanted to do is begin with the kind of a spiritual idea of knowledge, a critique of hierarchies of knowledge within the academy, and then also look at like empiricism and scientific like models and systems and how they can be exploited within political ideas and within creative ideas as well. It's also like a journey through how you can creatively interpret the world, let's say, in some sense. So maybe I will actually read those 2 pages because they're from the introduction, and I think that gives some breadth to some depth to maybe what I was trying to explain. So, in some spiritual disciplines, knowledge itself is understood as a distraction, not to mention its deviant form. More accurately, the concept of knowledge within spiritual disciplines is really spiritual knowledge, while thought per se acts as a distraction from Dharma or cosmic order. For many of the religions stemming from India, such as Hinduism and Buddhism, the waking world constitutes a surface, Maya, that defrauds one of access to spiritual understanding. In Taoist philosophy, the pursuit of spiritual understanding constitutes the way, a powerful path toward ultimate enlightenment delivered through a spiritual bond with the universe. Ideas, surface impressions, and thoughts are, to these doctrines, energy caught in a cycle of life and death, caught in mind. In this mystic reading, all knowledge is perverse, and everything we do with it, build with it, the wars we wage for it, and the hierarchies within which we repress it, represent the transgressive agency of human endeavour. It follows that as a human, and not as a rock or a chair, my agency is born from consciousness. No matter the extent of my material power today, as a human rather than a squirrel, in the first instance, for Aristotle, man is a reasoning creature. I have the responsibility of choice. However trapped and perhaps a little awestruck at my own facility with tools such as language as I may be. Spiritually, we could say that language comes at a kind of cost, and that cost is a displacement from home itself, both in a primordial sense and in a cultural sense also. Through displacement, suspicion, and the fight for survival, fear would seem to be irrevocably tied to deviancy in social terms. It is the pursuit of this paper to make the term more ambiguous, to highlight deviancy as a kind of analytical tool in itself, partly because it's fun, partly to reflect on ways of understanding social anxiety, but furthermore, as an acknowledgement that an infinite pulsing, rotating, shrinking and expanding morphology is the reality of the universe within which I exist. Deviant knowledge production is simply one way of describing this morphological process. Equally, there will be, by definition, limitless other ways of describing and modelling deviancy. If attachment breeds suffering, as Buddhists teach, perhaps we can understand the xenophobic nervousness associated with alien cultural practices as inherently bound up with the very alienability of what passes for contemporary culture. Logically enough, in other words, if I can belong anywhere, I belong nowhere. As the front lines of the wars raging in the Middle East draw closer for the West, this is an anxiety that increasingly performs as a double helix between man-made climate change, insofar as it creates displacement, and globalization, insofar as it articulates displacement. The two apparently inescapable conditions of our era. Deviancy is related to belonging, insofar as, historically speaking, those groups that migrated and set up camp then accused anyone who did the same thing of being trespassing aliens. It was customary from time to time to draw a line and say, this is us, and anything beyond that line constitutes another category. To deviate in this sense is simply to wander, to walk about, and to do so is to discover oneself as just such a migrant soul. Yet death remains a real possibility to long-distance migration, and this detail does somewhat close down the romantic scope of the wandering, deviating poet. However, the virtue of understanding deviancy on multiple scales, thermodynamic, cultural, and others, is that the deviant form can be located within larger cycles of material transformation. Fear of the unknown is certainly a part of how the term deviant is ascribed. When the mind becomes stuck on a phrase or argument with another, we can so easily become distressed. Once acknowledged as only a part of the story we tell ourselves about ourselves, a fear, too, can become a less troubling entity. Thank you. Generously long reading there.
No, it's super interesting because I was interested in talking to you about deviancy because, as you mentioned in this text, you talk about alienation to culture and also fear, social anxiety, and how deviancy is that sort of fear of the unknown. And there's a lot of philosophical connections also around, you talk about the waking world and this idea of philosophical awakening, this relation between awakeness. But most of all, I think that deviancy relates to the ideas around normalization, and that's why I was interested to ask you, in a sense, because for me, I sort of saw how maybe insomnia could be a form of deviant knowledge, in the sense that it is seen, it's treated like a disease, whereas there's not really one way. And so to sleep, so anyone who doesn't conform is sort of like deviant from the path, from the main path. But I like this idea that you just talked about which is about discovering oneself as a migrant and this condition of being on the move, both literally and also within oneself, within knowledge itself.
Yeah. I mean, I guess the arts and people that are inquiring into forms of expression, let's say, and the history of how others have dealt with the situation of trying to sort of represent human existence within a finite piece and a finite amount of time is, it's a field in which we are, in a sense, I would say, either lucky or unlucky enough to be charged with a certain capacity and a certain necessity to be able to map our journeys and to follow them along perhaps circuitous routes and perhaps sort of unorthodox routes, which requires a certain amount of, I don't want to say sort of bravery, because I don't really see this sort of as a heroic thing. I know that there's so many, infrastructural and political circumstances that underpin who can make art and who can forge a path through this kind of the soul of the night or the soul of the composer or whatever. But I think there is definitely a necessity to be able to have a question unanswered for a long and enduring period of time. And I think that kind of unanswerability of the cultural object is also tied up with other forms of non-qualifiable experience, right? So like being mentally disabled, like having a condition, being sick, and how that, as Foucault writes, who's a big part of this inquiry for me, the history of madness, as he writes, there's a sort of has to be an apparatus put into place in order to qualify those voyages, let's say, and the products that those voyages bring forth in a way in which, prior to a certain form of enclosure in Europe, I mean, it's a very specific form of enclosure, actually, that's coming after the end of the feudal system around the sort of like 13th and 14th centuries, with the onset of early capitalism and all these things which we can talk about if you like, but these are also quite established kind of histories.
Also because
requires of the subject,
because it's more than the unknowable or the fear of the unknown. In a sense, the point you make also in the introduction is about how deviancy can be seen as something that is necessary, in the sense that only through deviancy then change can happen, and that I think that's quite, it sort of like goes hand in hand. But I'm quite interested in what you said about there's a kind of evolution of deviancy through time and the rise of the capitalist model. Perhaps this is time to talk a bit about sort of cyclical economic collapse and non-linear times. How do you see this coming through your thinking and this idea of negative feedback?
So there's a lot of different ways to approach that, I think. So let's have a look at like non-linear time, for example, to begin with. We have this sort of situation, and we have a lot of spokespersons, and quite rightly are concerned about the volume of global debt which we're in. David Graeber wrote this wonderful book, Debt: The First 5,000 Years, which is also something which I was looking at, we sort of like have this telescopic idea of history, that there was kind of barter and there was this kind of exchange period, and it became monetized, and then there was, debt came through, and triggered the Reformation, and then we sort of settled down. And so there's always these kind of disturbances and equilibriums. That's also an important way of looking at the idea of negative feedback, because of course negative feedback is about a system which is able to regulate its behavior and create stability, which can also be a way of describing equilibrium. But actually it's not the case. So we had debt from David Graeber's research, way back in Mesopotamia, so sort of 2,000 years BC. And actually, he discovered that there were markets and people being paid in silver, and the silver could never be cut up into small enough pieces for individual items, so there had to be ledgers in order to facilitate trade at the very beginning. So the idea that we sort of go through this progress, the grand progress of enlightenment and the scientific enlightenment, and indeed, like the technological world that we live in now is I would argue, a form of progress insofar as there is statistically less violence on the planet, there is statistically less domestic abuse, there is statistically less, and you know, there are many papers out there which I don't want to refer to as a way of saying that, like, you know, well done, job done. All the structural inequalities have come with that progress. Just even the inability to qualify an argument like that from a white British male, you know, would be an illustration of the continued structural violence that has come with all of these kind of great leaps forward.
It's a whole social model that has been sort of put into place. And you trace that history also. Yeah.
And so the idea of equilibrium and sort of in a way where we are today as well, and I don't want to drift too much into the particular kind of like medical condition at the moment of the planet, but you know, one of the definitions of equilibrium, and I think a very scientific definition of equilibrium, is like how much knowledge you have of a given system, you know, like the degree to which you can predict its behavior. And when you have like a fully predictable system that you're studying, then you have an equilibrium. But when things start kicking off and matter starts moving faster, so that, again, like the basic system that I was referring to here is boiling water. You know, so when water boils, you have all of these water molecules which are just sort of kicking around, fairly organized, fairly you know, they're not moving very quickly. And as it gets hotter and hotter, they move faster and faster, and more chaotically. It becomes harder and harder to predict how the atoms will behave until finally they go into steam and then it's dispersed. And I find that really interesting in terms of how we think about going forwards in a situation where the world becomes more and more chaotic. And I think that actually it is possible now as well to make the analogy between like the degree of entropy. So the increase in entropy is the increase of disorder, right? It's the increase of chaos. It's the thing which we fear is death. But it's also interestingly scientifically about not being able to predict the behavior of certain elements, certain atoms, for example, but also of all kinds of much larger systems. And so the less we understand what's going on, the more entropy is being expressed. And I think that really connects with the motherfucking problem of not testing people to see if they're fucking sick. You know, because if you look at, for example, the UK is not testing anyone and it has a much higher mortality rate compared to infection rate. I don't want to necessarily drift off into this, like I say, but actually that's an interesting possible parallel to what's going on now, is to look at entropy and organization and statistical understanding. And to sort of say as well that, you know, the apparatus of science has only produced, you know, trouble or whatever, or you know, the statistical analysis of the world is a good thing. You know, like we have to be careful when we slam all these institutions and all of these research laboratories and what have you. I mean, of course, they are to the benefit and the profit of the few, and these monopolies are egregious to humanity, and they do not move us forward per se. But the apparatus which has come out of you know, the scientific investigations of the species in the last sort of 200-300 years, in the last 50 years, in the last 5 years, are fundamental to actually how we try and organize and maintain the minimum amount of suffering on the planet. Whether that's really what's going on or not, you can have another conversation about.
Yeah, because it sort of highlights, I guess, choices that are being made and how narratives are kind of constructed. Also, in terms of those choices for society, and this is relates to language, which is quite an important part of the book. Also, you talk about language being the greater tool that can be like an awful weapon, and there is a point to this because this also relates to ideas of release. I've been interested in, and how deviant language, maybe that's something that we can't quite understand, or a foreigner, etc. But you also sort of talk about this kind of sense making and how other forms of sound can be like the only way to cope, in a way, like chanting, moaning, screaming, swallowing, and shouting. And so yeah, I think that's quite relevant to these questions, to what we're living now also, and to this idea of like how to kind of manage the tension and release through sound and language.
Yes, absolutely. And I guess, I mean, again, I do feel very lucky to have kind of been in a position where I had the time and the support as well from the editor Anna Kostreva to bring this thing to fruition. And I think, you know, it's one of those things where you look back and just think, well, I didn't know that there would be a subtext radio in the years afterwards. You know, I didn't know that I'd be lucky enough to work with Nathan Gray, for example, and all the other wonderful people that have contributed. You know, he's looking specifically at the voice. So I think that has been something which, though I'm kind of not personally working with the voice itself as a practitioner, what I see in the kind of emphasis on that is two things really, and one of them is that it can be really frustrating living in Germany and not being able to speak the language. Just say it, right? So I've been in Berlin for 9 years now, and I can speak the language, but it has taken pretty much 8 years for that to come around. And I have to also thank the Hakawatis for bearing with me during that time, because they're the only people that would actually speak German with me are people who not from like traditional German background. But yeah, so there's definitely kind of you know, it is a brutal barrier, actually, as much as a way to survive and a way to get through. And of course, like as an English person in Berlin, there's no question I have an easy ride. But if you think about like the people who don't have English as a second language, you don't have that sort of social communication. And I would definitely sort of reflect that coming out of the UK with a very kind of like quote unquote like social praxis 2.0, like doing gatherings, doing community work, like organizing festivals, organizing parades and stuff. Like you just can't do that work without like a native, you know, without a certain grasp of something, because actually the people you want to reach aren't just like the people with English language skills, basically. I think that'll be interesting going into a new book, like what happens in terms of my relationship with language. And I think I will write more in German, actually. And I also think that what I attempt to do from now on, and it has already begun, like I'm becoming more like vocal, let's say, in the theatre, and I'm sort of enjoying it a lot more. Speaking to my neighbours a lot more. Like I was lucky enough to get dual British-German citizenship, and I just sort of thought, well, now I'm half German, I'm just going to start speaking to people. So it's like really, it really is a
great way of like social contact. And I've noticed since I moved back to Paris just a year ago that how much neighbors talk to one another, and that's really nice.
Yeah, it's really grounding.
Perhaps we could talk about just to sort of finish off with our interview, we could talk about one of the ideas that's also at the core of the book, which is magic. Because there's, I've been looking into the witching hour, which is part of the kind of night and mystification of what happens at night, and has been sort of taken into different ways, as such as there's kind of no one witching hour. Sometimes it's midnight, sometimes it's 3 a.m. It changes. So perhaps you can tell us a bit more about how magic and deviant knowledge relates.
Yeah, sure. That is also one of those areas that is also complicated, because it's a bit like the sort of quote that I started with about, spiritual knowledge, right? And if someone tells you, if someone says that they can describe what happens when they do transcendental meditation, then they probably haven't been doing transcendental meditation. It's something which leads us down the road of kind of esoteric practices, which is something which I also kind of constantly questioning, because I also think that like the esoteric people are sort of the people that can afford to believe in death as like the governing principle of the universe. Anyway, but so I guess, you know, you have a lot of different ways in which you, let's say you, but like it's like a really broad problem. So magic is something which, as Silvia Federici, is hugely instrumental in you know, in terms of reading her in Here Comes Trouble, kind of points out, is that like when they were doing the mass execution of women as witches, like state magic was not part of that persecution. So, you know, cosmology, the reading of the planets, you have like state magicians still at this point, because there's this massive transition into like the Enlightenment, quote unquote. And so it's to do with language again. It's to do with how you can get someone to make an utterance. Yeah, like you can get someone to utter something, and then you can use that to qualify them as deviant, as a witch, as someone who needs to be removed from the social sphere. But on the other hand, you know, I do have a spiritual practice. I have meditated on and off since I was in my 20s. And I have experienced things within that process which are like kind of reassuring and also terrifying. I've also sort of put it down for a while because I just felt that it was more powerful than I was prepared for. And I think one has to really seriously be careful what you're asking for when you get involved with magic and the kind of dark arts and everything. Because if you're not really ready for that, like if you don't have a balanced mind, then you're going to become the subject of a huge amount of paranoia, and you can really trick yourself, I think. So one thing to take away from that is that basically if you're dealing with kind of like the spirit world, that there's always light and dark, you know, there's always good and there's always bad. And I think you have to basically have the moral like strength to gain that power and not use it in a way that you're going to come to regret. And I actually think that in terms of like magic, rather than the study of magic, I think I wasn't really actually ready for that. And I think now I'm just like, well, let's see. Yeah, let's see if there is a magic component. But yeah, I would just be really careful.
Yeah, it's this idea of context also, that deviancy is sort of seen as something in relation to a major context. So if you're not familiar with magic itself, or you know, you kind of open this door, but once you're inside is a different question.
And I just if I could add, I think that Nick Hood also, who very generously wrote the afterword to the third print, makes a point which which we were in discussion about, but like makes the point really clearly that the idea of being kind of socially deviant, a kind of outlier, a kind of renegade, is the kind of argument that underpins the radical right wing, from France to England to America to Hungary, you know, all over the world. When you look into this kind of mimetic world, those are the people who are kind of like, you know, like Odin's fucking bloodline, esoteric, you know, psychopaths, quite frankly, and they really draw on that type of esoteric argumentation, you know, that there is a great harvest coming, that there is like the necessity of suffering and everything. And that's a spiritual question. It's not like one where you go out and murder people, for fuck's sake. Like,
yeah.
And you know, like it's like jihad is internal. You're not supposed to go out and like fucking, yeah.
Yeah, there's that, and there's also the question around production and productivity, which relates back to what we were saying around economic models. And so, because in this part, I'll just quote something that you say around the social model for deviance and how men and it sort of relates to men and women who do not fulfill their productive or reproductive for women role are labeled as deviant. So there's that that connection also as activities that are not seen as conforming towards the greater sort of production in society.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay, well, thank you. I feel like that's been such a rich conversation.
Oh, thank you. Yeah.
And what do we do now?
Well, we mutate actually. So I mean, so we mutate. That's what we have to do now. So life is organic life is dependent on mutation, and mutation has been defined as entropy in reverse. And I really like to leave it there. We need to basically find new ways of helping each other and supporting each other.
Yeah, adaptability pushed to the extreme.
Yeah, so let's grow, and thank you so much for bringing this stuff into the program, and I'm looking forward to the rest of the morning. I think we're entering the morning now.
I don't know what time it is.
Yeah, me neither.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Annabelle.
You are listening to subtext. You are listening to Subtext. Okay, Gustavo, so you're the house master at ZKU, and we've been working together in this project. You've reactivated the cell of AU ZKU, which is a project perhaps you could tell us a little bit about, because it also included a sleeping cell. Could you tell us about that?
Yeah. Well, the sleeping cell is a concept of terrorist band, sadly, no? It's the idea of a group of or command of activists hidden, which are in latent state and pop up for a specific action, no? So, sadly, for this kind of war of
so
organizations, but anyway.
Activist, political.
Yeah, well, it's a funny metaphor used by the creator of IAU ZKU, who is ZKU ex-resident, Victor Veivoda. No? My colleague and friend Victor Veivoda was resident in ZKU in 2014, 15. And he was several times in ZKU so far. And his first project in ZKU is to create, it was about to create a inner institution, a micro institution inside ZKU as a project, you know, to hack the institution. It's a hacking, no? It's a way to institutional hacking, no? To make institutional
hacking. Yeah, it was a small institution within the institution, which lives on now through you with those reactivations.
Yeah, that's the point. The idea it was the formal project, even to presenting during the open house, no? And with the name IAU ZKU. IAU means Institute for Art and Utopianism. And the logic behind, I mean, the aim, let's say there was a micro political aim, which was to develop another sphere, another layer of human interaction in ZKU, based in the idea of communalism, no? Based in the dynamics and the ethics of communalism. There is, to complete another sphere, no? There is in any institution where people is living, in any building, let's say, there is a professional level, no, of team members or the owners and the customers, which is a professional relationship, mediated by money and mediated by strict rules, no, called values, no. There is another sphere, which is the individual, person-to-person friendship and human contact. But what you can miss is a communal sphere with some body and some structure to develop beyond the rules and out of money logic or economical logics to develop actions and human dynamics, no? For instance,
so this idea of hacking is going to be the kind of center of our interview. Also, we're going to talk about brain hacking. Because you've been really interested in the idea of the pharmakon, which comes from a Greek word for pharmacology, but it means both a remedy and poison. So tell us about what the pharmakon means for you.
Yeah, well, originally I was reading again the books. It's interesting because originally pharmakon in Greek means scapegoat. So the original meaning was the scapegoat, the person or the object chosen to punish him or her, to pure the community out of a disease. No, so originally this was the meaning. No, a scapegoat, literally. So something through which a community pures itself of a disease or a bad problem is suffering. But I think the smartest conception of the Greek world was to develop the idea that at the end anything can be a pharmakon, in as much can be used for a specific purpose, no? And for the original Greek meaning, there was no difference, basically almost no difference between the pure physical healing of the use of a pharmakon or the most, let's say, psychonautic purpose. No? Both, for instance, it's very interesting to point out that one of the most important pharmakon in the Greek world was the poppy seeds. No? The poppy seeds used it both as poison and both as to use it both for hard cases, let's say, or for hard purposes, even to kill or even to intoxicate people, but also to officially as to help just to sleep. No? So you have a lot of literature and a lot of references about the use of poppy seeds in all the senses in the Greek world. No? And I think this is the best framework we can recover to reformulate the relationship of our societies with the general world of chemistry, no? beyond the historical moralities or beyond the contingent legislations. No? The idea that everything at the end can be a pharma, no? Especially after the 20th century, for the war on wars, no? The war on drugs, after the bad experience and the failure of the conservative morality approach to drugs. I think this is the best framework which is now being readdressing now, I guess.
Yeah. And so this is something you've been exploring through joining the Psychedelic Society in Berlin, thinking about legal remedies and also not so legal ones. What is for you, I guess, the potential for brain hacking into the capitalist society? We talk about cognitive capitalism, how the brain is being sort of under the pressure of the logic of the capital itself. It makes us think differently. It's kind of integrating the logic of capital, like thinking about how we could, for example, like sleep less and less and be even more productive. So tell us about what's the potential for brain hacking.
Yeah, I understand. Well, the potential for brain hacking for purposes which are approved by the system, let's say, or which are into the logic of economical profit already happened. I mean, there is a landmark, historical landmark, which is the article, the series of articles in the review, in the magazine Wire, no? Which is the official magazine for the trendy CEOs and startup entrepreneurs and geek entrepreneurs of the Silicon Valley, talking and praising the therapy of microdoses of LSD and other psychedelics, just to boost creativity, not even to cure anything, not even to cure a problematic mental disorder, but just to improve creativity. No? Well, already we can even track in terms of symbols of the big individuals or the big names, which are part of our modern mythology in our capitalist system. We can even track to this consecration, this formality, this visibilization of this potential of the brain hacking by means of psychedelics, with the Steve Jobs quote that he was praising, that everybody should take a strong dose of LSD once per year, and one of his best choices ever in his life was when he tried it for first time LSD. He told me one of the 3 best decisions he made, and since then he was praising his therapy, his self-therapy, once per year, let's say a epic dose, not even a microdose, but an epic one, a visionary one. Dose of LSD just to do a personal balance of the year, as an individual, but also as a tikkun of a big network of companies. So I think this is the symbol. But I would say that
reconnecting to yourself.
Peter,
you were saying Steve Jobs is kind of praising LSD as a form of self kind of psychoanalysis to like reconnect to yourself, to kind of go on this journey as a kind of healthy habit.
Yeah, and also to boost creativity. I think this is very much studied now. This is we can consider everything is part of what is called the Californian ideology. So finally, I think this is the tipping point this year, the last year, and especially this one, we can see as the tipping point of the explosion, and to the different sectors of society of this combination, which is called the Californian ideology, libertarian ideas in terms of economics, free market entrepreneurs, pro free market entrepreneurs, using all the cultural tools of the counterculture. Coming from Silicon Valley.
Be a bit critical of that. Kind of unpack how that's used. What does it mean today? Because there are lots of other forms you've been talking about of like natural remedies, things, other ways of engaging with like the self and other substances that people use traditionally, either to kind of boost yourself. Chocolate, we've been talking about this ritual, how chocolate is like the best way to kind of keep you alert. So we need to kind of think about also the kind of diversity and the dangers of kind of going towards main forms.
Yeah, interesting you mentioned that, because it turns out that the cacao, not the chocolate, which means bitter water in Aztec language, was even a military weapon used by the Aztecs. And when the Spanish conquerors took over what is nowadays Mexico and the Aztec Empire, they discovered the potential of the use of the cacao beans with this recipe, which is basically boil it in water and to get out a bitter water, mixed also with black pepper and tobacco. The Spanish conqueror said, with only one bean of cacao, Aztec warrior can be marching on an entire day. So they forbid the cacao. So we have a non-sleeping. I think we have cacao is really historically has been a non-sleep, a very healthy, very nutrient non-sleeping drug, and even a military food. And actually, it's very much placed in this word I want to talk, because we are missing this comparison between what you say is let's say the economically approved uses of psychedelics, and the other types of associations or networks which are also working and defending the uses of different pharmakons, which are, for instance, like the society. This year, just because of the interest in the network which is already collectively thinking and having personal needs. And in this, the dominant node is a more counter-systemic approach. The Berlin Psychedelic Society is composed, is much more a grassroots and bottom-up society, where there are different kinds of people join, but still with a typical dominant streak of a more spiritualist approach. More, let's say, more focus in the personal healing of the individuals and the souls, than the boost pro-efficiency. So I would like to point out the Psychedelic Society is really a grassroots network, which whose aim is also to fight this.
Sorry, can you repeat that, because you've been breaking up a lot? So maybe we'll can I call you again and you'll repeat it?
Yeah, okay, just
oh, hang on, it's better now. Yeah, do you want to just start again and where you were at the last 2 or 3 minutes, because it was not I couldn't hear anything.
Cacao story, after or before the cacao story?
No, the cacao story was good. It's just after about the psychedelic society. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yes, buenas tardes. Yeah, it's true what you said, Annabelle. Me and another ZKU resident decided to join the meetups organized by the Berlin Psychedelic Society. And I would like to point out that this network is this association is basically a grassroots association, focused also in, let's say, a bit of a more antagonist approach regarding the current status of the things, the current state of the things. The Berlin Psychedelic Society wants also to put together the experiences of individuals with a lot of attention to the spiritual use, to the spiritual uses of psychedelics in regard to the official treatment, the official big pharma treatments to some psychological disorders. On one hand, so they want to create a common voice to defend what is still nowadays not legally allowed or not formally approved by the big science, alternative therapies on one hand. But and not only the spiritualist approach, it's a combination of also people with a more materialistic approach. But the aims are slightly different than the aims of defending psychedelics in the voice of the Silicon Valley tycoons, let's say. But at the end, of course, the knowledge is almost more or less the same. The knowledge is the same.
Different
microdose
approach.
Yeah, but it's true that at the end, the final thing, we can share. I mean, there is the techniques which is becoming super popular nowadays is the weekly microdoses therapy, which consists basically in take twice per week, once or twice per week, up to 3 times per week, a pre-psychedelic dose of a psychedelic, a microdose. Can be used both. Yeah. But it's it's a threshold level. The dosage is very small. It's a kind of threshold. It's absolutely pre-psychedelic, and can be used both to boost your creativity or to work better, not as an entrepreneur or as an employee. I mean, for any worker as such, as worker can be used just to work better, but also can cure the depression. So the another use, which is more interesting, or more serious, more dramatic, let's say, is in order to get rid of the official antidepressant treatment, which is common in almost all the developed world, which is basically to take every day SERS pill, like citalopram or whatever. So this is the more, I think the revolution about psychedelic therapy comes from that, comes from the discovery of the potential of microdosing.
Yeah. So you're saying microdosing can be used to both work better, I guess, kind of work more, work better, and be less depressed.
Yeah. Actually, the main purpose, I would like to talk a bit about, because this year is also a tipping point year in a cultural change, because for first time in the last month, was approved for this antidepressant purpose, was finally approved a new medicament, a new pharmakon, which is basically a nasal spray based in ketamine, a drug, one of the most famous drugs in the subcultural world, one of the most famous clubbing drugs, and it was a kind of wild knowledge, knowledge about the users of ketamine, about the antidepressant effects, according to some moderate use of ketamine. But in the last years, there were official research by scientific institutions, and they discovered something which was also a kind of intuition into the world of the consumers of ketamine, which was the antidepressant effects. And now you have approved already in the United States and also in Europe,
Yeah, right.
a new medicament. Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Which allows you to fight depression with much less side effects. No, it's just a nasal spray. So it's funny because even it's at the end you are snorting ketamine as well. No, in this case it's a variant of ketamine which is called esketamine. It's called esketamine. Yeah, I think it's the typical. It's
the prescription. Is it in use?
Yeah, it's already started to be prescribed. Yeah, I think it's already available, and especially in USA. I don't know exactly the conditions. It depends on the country. In some countries, there are different rules to get such a medicament. No, I know that in USA it's already. It's commercialized already. You can find it in internet online. You can just type esketamine or spray esketamine, and also a lot of researches about the therapy with it. No. And also focusing on getting people rid of such as slavery, with a lot of side effects, which is the dominant antidepressant medicaments, no? All the citalopram family, the inhibitors of reuptake, basically the medicaments which inhibits the reuptaking of serotonin, basically.
Yeah.
And that's why we are living in a tipping point here, in my opinion. On one, with this, you can see like the appropriation, like the systemic appropriation of what was expulsed to the margins so far, till now.
Yeah.
The reappropriation
of the margin, what used to be, I guess, still is kind of marginal knowledge. We were talking about deviant knowledge earlier with Alex Head, which is now reappropriated, I guess, from the pharmaceutical industry, but also, I guess, for like better use of drugs, which is, I guess, promising.
Yeah, because this is another approach. This is another layer maybe we can talk, which is more connected. The most popular brain hacking nowadays is rather not through historical, let's say, illegal drugs, but just through nootropics. No, there is in Germany. I can see, for instance, in the Facebook ads, in the companies who in Facebook are trying to sell you through the ads. There is a new startup revolution of new startup companies selling a new generation of nootropics. Nootropics, I must say, are substances which are not technically drugs and which boost or to protect the brain. The brain process. Even vitamin B, for instance, can be a nootropic. So basically, nootropics are much smoother than any other drugs. They are always basically legal. They are not considered technically drugs. And they don't interfere too much with they don't manipulate strongly the nervous central system, but they basically improve the brain processes. No, so even coffee can be considered a nootropic, and there is a huge now revolution of nootropic hacks and nootropic cocktails being sold in internet. And this is the most important. I think is the main layer of the phenomena in terms of how much money is involved, how many people is doing it, is through the nootropic revolution.
You are listening to subtext.
You make it happen. You make it happen. You get things done. You are awesome. You have faith. You have faith. You remember your victory. You are awesome. You are winning. You are winning. You share your vision. You feel good. You keep trying. Keep trying. You work steadily. You have a smile on your face. You give it your all. You measure your progress. You believe. You are laughing. You are laughing. You are satisfied. You are confident. You believe in yourself. You are humble. You can do it. You love your life. You are a good person. You have the skills. You enjoy your work. You believe in yourself. You are energetic. You are flexible. You stand tall and strong. You are in motion. You are optimistic. You are here now. You do your best. You expect the best. You are the one. You learn from the environment. You are solution-oriented. You are self-reliant. You have the goods. You have done this before. You are doing it. You are ready. You are capable. You are a winner. You are a success. You are doing it now. You are dynamic. You are focused. You accept the world as it is. You get smarter every day. You have a plan. You revise your approach. You are valuable diligently. You get stronger every day. You are poised. You are patient. You are a team player. You believe in yourself. You are friendly. You get things done. You are awesome. You make it happen. You remember your victories. You are awesome. You have faith. You share your vision. You feel good. You are winning. You work steadily. You have a smile on your face. Keep trying. You measure your progress. You believe. You give it your all. You are satisfied. You are confident. You are laughing. You are humble. You can do it. You believe in yourself. You are a good person. You have the skill. You love your life. You believe in yourself. You are energetic. You enjoy your work. You stand tall and strong. You are in motion. You are flexible. You are here now. You do your best. You are optimistic. You are the one. You learn from the environment. You expect the best. You are self-reliant. You have the good. You are solution-oriented. You are doing it. You are ready. You have done this before. You are a winner. You are a success. You are capable. You are dynamic. You are focused. You are doing it now. You get smarter every day. You have a plan. You accept the world as it is. You are valuable. You work diligently. You revise your approach. You are poised. You are patient. You get stronger every day. You believe in yourself. You are friendly. You are a team player. You are awesome. You make it happen. You get things done.
That was deep sleep programming for believing in yourself now from the Brain Garage. And it states, this deep sleep programming track conditions you to believe in yourself via the faculty which matters most, your unconscious mind. This sleep learning track accomplishes this through a series of positive affirmations that are all about believing in yourself, taking action, and handling things as they come. And since the words are backed by isochronic tones in the delta wave range, you will actually fall asleep while listening to these positive messages. And the isochronic tones are really there. I've isolated them and I've looped them in the background. And that's what you're listening to behind my voice now. This is the weirding module number 12 on subliminal programming. It builds on some of the research I did into sleep hypnosis and somniloquy from episode 11. And it's part of the program Non-Sleep as Social Practice, curated by Annabelle Lacroix. The weirding module usually deals with the spoken word in contemporary art and experimental music. But this episode deals with the spoken word in both audible and inaudible states. And rather than being part of contemporary art or experimental music, I'm delving into the culture of healing, self-help, and sleep programming. Today's tracks use both audible and subaudible speech. They use things like isochronic tones, binaural and monaural beats in order to entrain and to entrance the listeners. This is a music of utility, which is effective rather than affective, aiming to provide a concrete outcome. I won't be considering today whether this music actually achieves what it claims to, but rather taking its claims at face value, and instead I'll be considering what happens when relaxation time and even sleep time is forced to yield personal, financial, and even health outcomes. And I'll look at how these works allow personal time to become productive and create an advantage that within the logic of capitalist competition must be adopted by all in order for them to effectively compete with each other. Just as these works key into capitalist angst, they also offer market solutions and higher than average prices for CDs. So I'll be accompanying some of these recordings with readings from the CD's promotional texts. Now we're going to listen to The Millionaire's Mind, Wealth Conditioning System by Dane Spots.
You radiate personal power and self-confidence. You keep on going. You are a winner, and you know it. You see yourself as a powerful and confident person. You believe in yourself and your abilities. enthusiasm. Success is yours. You release all fears and doubts. You make good decisions. You trust your intuition. You do it now. You get things accomplished. You reach your goals. You work your plan.
Here's how it works. Disc A is your programming tool. You'll learn how to train your mind using the neuromapping process to create and link positively charged emotions with specific success actions and behaviors, imprinting the essence of a millionaire's mind into your subconscious. Then use Disc B to activate those winning feelings and trigger emotions and attitudes that stimulate your millionaire's mind into action. Powerful. It's an extremely powerful concept, because once you've programmed your personal winning feelings and linked them to the musical cues in the program, you can activate your millionaire's mind whenever you need to project a winning image, self-confidence, and personal power. Experiment with it on sales calls, company meetings, brainstorming sessions, business negotiations, sports performance, and even romance. This was an earlier work by Dane Spotts, which used subliminal messaging. Later, you can hear a work that has no text in it. This is X1 Neuroin from the X-Mind series. And it reads, with a mission to create the most powerful mind development tools on the planet, our laboratory was given every resource necessary to achieve our objectives, from neurophysiology to behavioral psychology. We drew from an extraordinary body of research to help guide our product design efforts. Studies conducted by pioneering scientists provided us with the initial baselines and calibrations that accelerated our designs. However, the real secret to the success of our products was the development and application of our own proprietary mind development technologies. The X-Mind programs were used by our team for experimentation purposes only. Being true mind warriors, we wanted to test the limits of the technologies we were creating, so we designed programs using settings in the extreme range. As one could imagine, many of these programs were incredible, taking us on mind-blowing journeys that rivaled any drug-induced experience without any harmful side effects. Each one is approximately 30 minutes long and designed for a special mind-tripping purpose. X1 Neuroin, the ultimate mind trip. This program starts with a soothing sensation created by light oral textures as your mind is being prepared for an incredible experience. Just like the trip Jodie Foster took in the movie Contact, your ship takes off. You begin feeling universal forces permeate your very existence, shooting you through galactic wormholes, bouncing around fantastic nebulas, and even the nothingness of black holes. And then, ultimate peace and serenity. As you complete your journey, you are refreshed and renewed. This is from a 4 CD set called Full Spectrum Sound Healing, and this CD is called Water, and so is the first track, Water, Molecule 1. It's by Alex Theory, and it was made in 2010. It states, on Amazon, science has shown that sound frequencies occurring in nature can literally feed the brain, heal the body, and stimulate elevated levels of consciousness. Full spectrum sound is an innovative therapeutic concept that uses these frequencies to promote health and wholeness from the cellular level up. With full spectrum sound healing, master ambient sound technician and composer Alex Theory offers a collection of 4 musically satisfying and powerfully healing albums based on the elements that make up our world, designed for massage therapists, body workers, and practitioners. After that, we'll hear a work from Steve Halpern, one of the biggest ambient artists making healing music today. Steve Halpern's work will be Sacred Vows, a work performed inside the Great Pyramid at Giza. Sacred Vows are a powerful technique to resonate and balance your chakras. This is a good exercise to do every day and is a great introduction to exploring the harmonics naturally present in the vowels. Vowels carry the information energy of speech, whereas consonants act to break up the energy flow. In ancient Sanskrit, Hebrew, Chinese, etc., the vowel sounds are considered to be sacred. In other words, the vowel sounds carry the intention and the focus.
Now we move on to the fourth chakra, the heart. Feeling the center of your chest, breathe in. And as you release, make the sound ah until your breath runs out. Repeating this breath and sound 3 times. Now we move to the 5th chakra, the throat. Breathing in, and as you release, make the sound A. Repeating the vowel 3 times, breathing deeply and evenly. Next we move on to the 6th chakra, the 3rd eye. Focusing between your eyes, breathe in, and as you release, make the sound I, elongating the vowel. Repeat this sound 3 times. Finally, we moved up to the 7th chakra, the crown. Feeling the top of your head, breathe in, and as you release, make the sound E. When your breath runs out, breathe in again, repeating the sound 3 times with a relaxed and soft breath. The final part of this exercise is to do a vocal integration of all the chakras together with your consciousness and your voice. So imagine the energy flowing up from the base of the spine to your crown. Using the aum sound, make your voice go from a low tone to a high tone, kind of like a siren, up and then back down. Do this a few times as you simultaneously imagine all of your chakras connecting to each other, balancing and harmonizing. After completing the exercise, allow yourself to sit in silence for a few minutes. Feel the energy flow in your body. Notice if there's any differences from before you started the exercise. You can do this as often as you want whenever you need to recharge your system. For longer or shorter exercise, add or subtract the repetitions of the vowel sounds.
Volume 11. Program yourself for total success. Total self-confidence.
You are listening to the subliminal part of our program. It may be listened to anytime. In fact, the more frequently you listen to it, the better it works for you. Subliminal messages are recorded using multi-track recording technology underneath the sounds of soothing music. The silent messages contained on this side are identical to those heard on side A, but do not include the relaxation technique. The subliminal messages cannot be consciously heard, but they are there. These hidden messages bypass the barriers in your conscious mind and are received directly by the subconscious mind, where they will work and bring you immediate and positive results. This is a reinforcer and powerful booster to side A. You can listen to it while relaxing, watching TV, driving in your car, or when traveling to and from home or work. You may listen to subliminal messages anywhere, anytime. Every time you listen, you are doubling the benefits you have already received from side A. It's forceful, and the results are miraculous.
We just listened to some subliminal music created by the motivational speaker Tony Robbins. And now we're going to listen to something from a newer company called Speed Zen, a subscription service from the internet. From the founder of Speed Zen Subliminals, an article entitled "Avoid Subliminals That Put Ticking Time Bombs in Your Brain." I've never used any type of subliminal piracy protection or copy protection in SpeedZen subliminal products, and I always thought it was weird that other subliminal producers do. Recently, it's gotten worse though. It's been brought to my attention that more and more subliminal producers are going so far as including negative suggestions in the subliminals to stop people from stealing them. One subliminal expert even brags on their website that if you listen to one of their subliminals without paying for it, it will have the opposite effect. Can you imagine? Even if you're an honest paying customer, their subliminals are still installing those negative suggestions in your subconscious mind, like a ticking time bomb waiting to accidentally go off at some point in the future. Seriously, how do you guarantee that these negative suggestions only affect people who stole their subliminal? And why even risk it? So yeah, you won't have to worry about anything like that in SpeedZen subliminals, because it's reckless, greedy, and downright idiotic. I'd rather risk having a few people steal my stuff than risk endangering you by putting negative suggestions in any of my subliminal products. And so, if you'd like to get great subliminal results without the risk of installing any subliminal time bombs deep in your brain, you know where to find my completely safe and effective subliminals. Stay safe. Founder, SpeedZen Subliminals. This final bracket comes from the subliminal hypnosis and healing artist Dick Sutphin. He often works with a group called Upper Astral. The final track is a very special one. It's called Trance Sex. It's for erotic massage and making love. And you'll hear soothing music combined with trance-inducing theta waves, resulting in a shared, eyes-open, altered state of consciousness. Embedded in the music are sensual subliminal suggestions. The expected result is an enhanced sexual union, a merging of two souls who experience each other at a deeper level. And I'll read the listed subliminal suggestions over the top. I hope you've enjoyed the Weirding module number 12, Subliminal Programming. Thanks to Annabelle Lacroix and Alex Head. I'm Nathan Gray, and I'd like to thank Alex Head. You can check out the rest of my shows on mixcloud.com/Weirding module. This has been a part of Non-Sleep as a Social Practice. I hope you have a healthy, happy, successful, and sensual evening. Good night.
Sleep programming is nearly as powerful as hypnosis for programming your mind with life-changing suggestions. All you have to do is listen to the session as you go to sleep. As you relax and drift into first-stage sleep, the cycle per second activity of your brain slows down to alpha. The second level of theta precedes deep delta sleep. Alpha and Theta are the levels accessed for hypnosis programming. So on the following sleep programming session, I'll use the same induction as on the first session to take you to these levels quickly. Then, as you cross over into natural sleep, you'll continue to hear the suggestions. These affirmations are phrased for maximum acceptance by all levels of your mind. The words fade away at the end of the session, telling you to sleep soundly through the night and to awaken inspired to begin a new day. All right, now make yourself comfortable and prepare to be programmed as you go to sleep. You sleep 4 hours and awaken with your body fully restored. You totally regenerate and recharge your mental and physical body during 4 hours sleep. After 4 hours sleep, you awaken feeling fully awake, refreshed, and full of energy. After 4 hours sleep, you feel as if you've slept all night. After 4 hours sleep, you awaken feeling glad to be alive and inspired to begin a new day. You require only 4 hours sleep for total renewal. You do. You accept this. You experience an inexhaustible supply of energy. When you lie down to go to sleep, you immediately drift off into a deep, peaceful, relaxing sleep. You awaken after 4 hours sleep feeling glad to be alive, fully alert, thinking and acting with calm self-assurance. And these suggestions have been communicated to every level of your body and mind. And they've been accepted on every level of your body and mind. And so it is. I now sleep 4 hours and awaken fully rested, restored, and filled with energy. I now sleep 4 hours and awaken fully rested, restored, and filled with energy. I now sleep 4 hours and awaken fully rested, restored, and filled with energy. I now sleep 4 hours and awaken fully rested, restored, and filled with energy. I now sleep 4 hours and awaken fully rested, restored, and filled with energy. I require only 4 hours sleep for total renewal. I require only 4 hours sleep for total renewal. I require only 4 hours sleep for total renewal. I require only 4 hours sleep for total renewal. I require only 4 hours sleep for total renewal. You sleep 4 hours and awaken with your body fully restored. You totally regenerate and recharge your mental and physical body during 4 hours sleep. After 4 hours sleep, you awaken feeling fully awake, refreshed, and full of energy. After 4 hours sleep, you feel as if you've slept all night. After 4 hours sleep, you awaken feeling glad to be alive and inspired to begin a new day. You require only 4 hours sleep for total renewal. You do. You accept this. You experience an inexhaustible supply of energy. When you lie down to go to sleep, you immediately drift off into a deep, peaceful, relaxing sleep. You awaken after 4 hours sleep feeling glad to be alive, fully alert, thinking and acting with calm self-assurance. And these suggestions have been communicated to every level of your body and mind. And they've been accepted on every level of your body and mind. And so it is. I now sleep 4 hours and awaken fully rested, restored, and filled with energy. I now sleep 4 hours and awaken fully rested, restored, and filled with energy. I now sleep 4 hours and awaken fully rested, restored, and filled with energy.
You are listening to subtext.
Le feu est parti dans les yeux, ses banquises et les corps et désert. Mes misères fragiles frissons et les coups de marteau au fond de tout
theirs as kings, feeling full for it, exactitude as kings, so to beseech you as full as for it, exactly all as kings. Shutters shut and open, so do queens. Shutters shut and shutters, and so shutters shut and shutters, and so shutters, and so shutters shut, and so shutters shut, and shutters, and so shutters shut, and so, and also, and also, and so, and so, and also. Exact resemblance to exact resemblance, the exact resemblance as exact as a resemblance. Exactly a resemblance, exactly and resemblance. For this is so because now actively repeat it all, now actively repeat it all, now actively repeat it all. Have hold and hear, actively repeat it all. I judge, as a resemblance to him. Who comes first? Who comes to, coming to? Who goes there? As they go, they share. Who shares all? All is as yet or as yet. Now to date, now and date and the date. Exactly do they do, and first exactly, and do they do, at first exactly, and first exactly, and do they do, the first exactly, and do they do, the first exactly, at first exactly, first as exactly, at first as exactly, presently, as presently, as presently.
Bien que l'être végétal peut être défini plutôt par ses contours et par sa forme, j'en aurai d'abord une vertu de sa substance, c'est de pouvoir accomplir sa synthèse avec une seule lumière organique l'environ. Tout le monde autour de lui n'est qu'une ligne, le précieux filon vert, puis de quoi élaborer continuellement son protoglace, au l'air, par la fonction chlorophyllienne de ses feuilles, ses printemps, pour le sol, par la faculté absorbante de ses racines, et assimile les sels minéraux, de la qualité essentielle de cet être, libéré à la fois de tout souci domiciliaire et alimentaire, par la présence, à son tour, une ressource infinie d'aliments, une mobilité, to the front. Click on things. Dead mountains.
Rest on
Index.
Caddy's dunes.
Kingston Ranch.
Click on things.
Mesquite.
Dead mountains.
Old Woman Mountains.
Hollow hills.
Beauty Mountains.
Ibex.
Silent Big
Cancer dunes.
Straight Line.
Kingston Ranch.
Step Louder Mountains.
Mesquite.
Trilobite.
Old Woman Mountains.
Daughter Mountains.
Beauty Mountains. Saddle Big Hills. Straight Line. Step Louder Mountains.
Argus Ranch.
Trilobite.
Gozo Ranch.
Daughter Mountains.
Darwin Falls.
Whipple Mountains.
Golden Valley. Grass Valley. Inyo Mountains.
Argus Ranch.
Alpine Mesa.
Gozo Ranch.
Bradley Beach.
Darwin Falls.
Napa
Whipple
Ranch.
Mountains.
Northeast Peter Mountains.
Grass Valley.
Owen Peaks.
Inyo
Barnum Valley.
Alpine
Bible
Mesa.
Mountains.
Manly
Resting
Beach.
Spring Ranch.
Napa
Suckton
Ranch.
Trail. South
Northwest
Napa
Peter
Ranch.
Mountains.
Surprise Canyon.
Owen Peaks. Barrow Valley. Piper Mountains. Resting Spring Ranch. Shackleton Trail. South Napa Ranch. Surprise Canyon. Sylvana Mountains.
in gravity. To be nearly round. They both travel through space in a path around the sun. Maybe dozens of stars. Planets are able to remove smaller bodies near their orbits, by collision, to capture or gravitational disturbance. Where an object is in hydrostatic equilibrium, a global layer of liquid covering its surface would form a liquid surface of the same shape as the body, apart from small-scale surface features such as craters and fissures. If the body does not rotate, it will be a sphere, but the faster it rotates, the more oblate or even scalene it becomes. If such a rotating body were to be heated and lit, its overall shape would not change from liquid.
760, 733, 99, 69. Elle a été démantelée en mai 2000. La cabine téléphonique du désert des Mojaves a été installée afin de renforcer la sécurité de la population pendant une période de fièvre de l'or, de l'argent et de la pierre volcanique aux États-Unis. Placée au milieu de nulle part, elle servait à des mineurs qui l'appelaient de temps à autre. Plus 1, 760. En 1990, un randonneur curieux découvre l'existence de cette cabine. Alors bien détériorée, elle a été démantelée. Il ne reste que le téléphone et l'armature en aluminium. Le reste ayant été détruit par balle. La cabine téléphonique du désert des Mojaves a été installée afin de renforcer la sécurité de la population. Dans le magasin, une période de fièvre de l'or, Godfrey et l'argent et de la pierre volcanique. Et si enthousiasmé, placé au milieu de rend sur place, elle servait à des mineurs. Il appelle régulièrement de temps à autre et invite ses amis à faire de même. Il suffit qu'une personne passe à proximité pour qu'un randonneur curieux découvre l'existence de cette cabine. Alors bien détériorée, il n'en reste que le téléphone et l'armature en aluminium, le reste ayant été détruit par balle. Il relate son étrange découverte dans le magazine Wake Out. Godfrey Daniels, lecteur, est si enthousiasmé qu'il se rend sur place de retour. Il appelle régulièrement la cabine et invite ses amis à faire de même. Il suffit qu'une personne passe à proximité pour qu'elle réponde. parfois ravive une plante singulière dont la lueur décompose les chambres meublées en massif d'ombre. Sa feuille d'or tient impassible au creux d'une colonnette d'albâtre par un pédoncule très noir. Les papillons miteux l'assaillent, trop préférence à la lune trop haute qui vaporise les bois, mais brûlés aussitôt ou fanés dans la bagarre, tous frémissent au bord d'une frénésie voisine de la stupeur. Cependant, la bougie, par le vacillement des clartés sur le livre, au brusque dégagement des fumées originales, encourage le lecteur, puis s'incline sur son assiette et se noie dans son aliment. stagnation, amorphophérence, amorphéphérence, phérostéricose, c'est bien que l'on peut faire de ce shift to geometric things. What do you mean when you say we're working? It's more distance. Have your ideas changed over time? Have your ideas changed over time? What were your ideas? This is so delicious. This is delicious. Yes. Yeah, it's delicious. Privilège. C'est délicieux. C'est délicieux. C'est délicieux. Incorporate that space. We talked about your initial idea. Vous êtes fatigué? What are your ideas now? Vous êtes fatigué? Vous devez être tellement fatigué. Vous êtes fatigué, non? Everybody tells me that. Et je peux la démesurer en la replaçant, je la trouve posée sur l'étendue du sable. Car alors, je prendrai une poignée de sable et j'observerai le peu qui me reste dans la main. Après, par les interstices de mes doigts, presque toute la poignée aura filé. J'observerai quelques grains, puis chaque grain. Et aucun de ces grains de sable à ce moment ne me... J'observerai quelques grains, puis chaque grain. Et aucun de ces grains de sable à ce moment ne m'apparaîtra plus une petite chose. Et bientôt le coquillage formel, cette coquille d'huître ou cette tiare bâtarde, ou ce couteau m'impressionnera comme un énorme en même temps colossal et précieux. Quelque chose comme le temple d'Angkor, Saint-Lacou. Avec une signification beaucoup plus étrange que ces trois incontestables producteurs. Si alors il me vient à l'esprit que ce coquillage, l'âme de la mer peut sans doute recouvrir, est habité par une bête. Et j'ajoute une bête à ce coquillage en l'imaginant placée sous quelques centimètres d'eau. Je vous laisse à penser de combien ça croîtra, s'intensifiera de nouveau mon impression et deviendra différente de celle que je peux produire. Le remarquable mouvement que j'évoquais tout à l'heure. méditation par bouture au printemps et déconseillé n'importe où. Période de repos, hiver, remarque, bien pour bien. Exposition à la lumière, température. Origine, Nouvelle-Guinée et Inde. Durée de vie, plan de vie. Caractéristiques. C'est un petit arbuste aux grandes feuilles ovales, couleur vert foncé, bleu, au bord dentelé, qui porte de longues fleurs rouges en forme de python blanc, pareil à une queue de renard. Floraison tout l'été. Adaptation assez facile. Elle observait muette, minérale. Il lui aurait suffi de sortir, malgré la neige, de se confronter à l'équilibre adapté en raquette. On the southern California desert. One of them is on the north slope of Santa Rosa Mountains. They are a thorny fortress. This is the story of a desert plant. Detail and harmony. The spiny network that covers this plant is one of nature. Masterpiece. Peace Naga. Or Visnaga. To make
has been made famous. This brave misinformation. This snag. It quenches the thirst, but I have yet to come upon evidence of this cactus having saved the life of a thirst-maddened wanderer in the desert. The water is a desert, but it is surrounded, forming an exquisite picture against a background of yellow, white, pink, and red spines, strong and short. Candy makers, strong commercial use for the bisnaga.
are listening to Subtext.